Yo, 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 I think we can start there. I think I have everything ready. And good morning / good evening, by the way, Derek. Let's see if you're gonna be glad to be here at the end of this. So, yesterday, yo, 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 what's up, Ayland? Yesterday was actually quite of a nice day. We got terraforming basically working. Simple terraforming, but still. And yeah, it was just a great session. But at the end of it, I noticed this. The shader, the marker shader, doesn't really match the underlying grid, and honestly I have no idea why. So that is probably what we will start with today. Like, why do we have one offset on this one? And I think it should be pretty easy, because I think we can see here that if we're at the center, it matches, and then we get more and more offset the further from Origo we go. Is that it? Yeah, it looks to be it. So my big question, or my first question regarding this, are we sending in the same variables to divide with? For we have this, we have the terrain itself, and then we have the marker shader. Are we sending in the same resolution variable? I would say it is. So let's take a look at terrain marker and terrain shader. In terrain shader we use grid delta and position world space to draw the lines. So we pretty much truncate the position, and then we check the error to, or the distance to, grid lines, I think. In terrain marker, however, we do it in a little bit of a different way. Or do we? Hey, we do it in the exact same way. So We do it in exactly the same way, so I wonder if grid delta here, do we send in the same one to both of them? Worst case scenario would be that we reconstruct the wrong world position. That we have a small error when we compute the world position from depth, which builds. It would be nice if this one is just set differently in the two shaders. That would be the best. Yeah, let's double check it. So action terraform, grid delta, marked grid delta property name, terrain delta. We use terrain delta, which is environment controller terrain delta. And we set it to be equal to whoa, dimension divided by resolution minus subdivision. Yeah, we're gonna double check this one, but if the material we'll set here is based on the same one, it won't make much sense, but I don't think it is. We have dimension divided by patch bounds. Yeah, I'm starting to think let's see here. Dimension divided by patch bounds max. So for one of them, or for the terrain itself, we get dimension patch bounds max. So we get 32 divided by 63, 0.5079. Environment, however, is 0.5059. Yeah, it's a little bit smaller. Yeah, so let's fix that. Okay, pretty nice that this was the culprit, although I wonder. Reason for having two, I don't know. Oh yeah, okay, so the reason I do minus subdivision here is for each patch we do dimension divided by resolution minus 1. So for each patch we want to do minus 1. But 512. Let's save this value real quick. Yeah, so what we do is we do 512 divided by 1028 minus subdivision constant, and subdivision constant is 2 to the power of subdivision, or we do 512 divided by 1028 minus subdivision, and subdivision is equal to 2 to the power of subdivision constant. So 2 to the power of 4 is 2, 4, 8, 16. So we do minus 16. And that's where the error comes from. Do we actually want to do... Oh yeah, I think it's... I don't think it's as big as 32. Let's see here. What is the math behind this, actually? Okay, we can do dimension subdivided, resolution subdivided. This is the one we send in. So honestly, I guess we could just do dimension subdivided, resolution subdivided -1. So just use the same calculations as for the patch, which gives us we still don't get the exact same data. That is... Oh, we do. Never mind. Yeah, it would be weird otherwise. So now, no matter how far away we run, the marker should always match the terrain shader. That's one less problem to worry about, at least. I wonder, I'm looking here at the performance. Oh well. Okay, nice. Hey, did I hear correctly at one point that you've already made some kind of grass, or am I mistaken? You're not mistaken. Let's see. Let's see if it works out of the box with this mesh. Let's see, where do we have the character? We have it here. So let's take, I guess we should be able to take whichever patch, and then we can add, let's see how it looks. Procedural grass light stylized. Is this the correct one? Yeah, let's try this one. I don't know how it will work with this mesh though, but we'll see. We'll find out. I wonder if... Yeah, we're probably looking at a little too big of a subdivision here. Let's see. Ooh, yeah, that's probably correct. Grass fidelity high. Where do we have... Subdivision bounds 40. I think 4 should do it. We'll see how it looks. Maybe not. Oh yeah, one thing. Okay, that's why it doesn't work out of the box. Okay, so we have a grass shader here. We're gonna make it work. The problem why it doesn't work is it depends on multiple textures actually. I think we have 3 textures or something like that. Yeah, okay, so let's do this, and then we take a look at this grass patch we have here. For the grass shader to get its textures fed that it needs wind texture, grass proportion texture, and grass colorized gradient. We need this component. We currently create the grass using this component. So let's see if we can show it with this one. Where do we have the character? We have it there. So to make this grass work well with the terrain, we're actually going to have to do some customization, so that would be nice. Although I wonder why it doesn't work now. Oh, I know why it doesn't work now. Okay, 1 sec and we're gonna show the grass. I want to see how it looks again. It's been a while. So when we tested the terrain, we did change some of the things with Perlin Noise Texture Generator. We added various we added additional constructors, and we also, during debugging, we removed this. So this is also the reason that we only get or this, I would say. This is the reason that we only get like a flat terrain. So if we remove this one and add back this one. We should be getting a Perlin noise-like terrain, I hope. Unless terrain base. Yeah, we should. And we should also get working grass, I think. So the idea is, currently, I'm gonna get into that, but we're gonna have some communication between the terrain and the grass shader. So right now, the grass textures are generated by... Oh, this is weird. Right now, the grass is generated by... The grass properties is generated by... textures. Those textures are actually going to be the height or the terrain data. So we're gonna pack grass proportion texture generator into the terrain data, and our grass shader will get its grass data from that instead of having it generated at startup. So something like this, hopefully. We have some clipping visuals to fix still and some performance improvements to make, but like best case scenario we would have grass that looks something like this. That's like best case scenario. Ayland, I love I the only one that talks in the Twitch chat. That varies depending on time, I would say. But I appreciate it. So yeah, if we take a look at the grass here. I wonder if... Yeah. Yeah, so currently we have a wind texture generator. We have some wind texture generator, and this one will actually be created by a component called environment controller. So environment controller is gonna keep track of weather and day-night cycle. So we will feed the terrain patches the weather, basically. And also when it comes to the grass, we also have this grass proportion texture generator. This one, we're gonna pack this one into... So currently we use four channels, but we're probably gonna split it up into... So we're gonna split up 32 bits into a pack of 8 bits. So we're gonna pack this data into let's see here, I think each channel is anyway, we're gonna pack this data into one channel in the terrain texture, and then the grass shader is going to use that terrain texture to get grass proportions. And that is also something that the character or the player will control. So the player will control where on the terrain we will actually have grass, how tall the grass will be, what type of grass it will be, and so on and so on. Yeah, so that is going to be interesting to make this work with the terrain we have. Yeah, I think the current look of the grass is pretty good. We're probably gonna stylize it a tiny bit more. And yeah, it's going to change a lot, I think. And still some work to be done there. Does it work with terrain manipulation already? It should. Maybe that's actually what we should be doing today. Let's see. Yeah, maybe. Should work with terrain manipulation. So basically what it does is we're using a tessellation shader and a geometry shader to properly render it. What's up, Meister K? Hope you're having a wonderful Thursday. The only problem we have is the communication between ground and procedural grass stylized light material. So how this one will get these values. In fact, maybe I should do this today. I was aiming to have a pretty chill stream today, so this might be a good task. But I also have a design choice to make. So something I've been thinking about lately is how to actually get this to work in a nice way for my terrain. So usually when you work with terrain and you have multiple materials on your terrain, all it comes down to is basically texture, blending. So you might have a terrain that only has one material, but in that material is specifically made for terrain, and that material has like let's say 10-15 different textures, and then you use those different textures and vertex coloring to make blend between terrain textures basically. So if you have a big terrain and you have some rocky part and you have some dirt part, basically they are represented by the same material, but you do some nice blending using maybe vertex colors or something else. But the bottom line is that it's the same material and you just do texture blending. So that is one way to do this. Unfortunately, like this grass shader is pretty damn complicated. So we do a lot of calculations in this one. So if we take a scenario, for instance, where we have half of the garden or the terrain is colored as dirt and the other half is colored as grass, that means that for half the terrain we won't be doing, like we will only be doing 10% of the calculations we do for the grass part. So there will be a lot of dead time on the GPU. And this is just theoretically speaking. I don't know if this is going to be the case. So what we could do, so one approach is to take the classical terrain approach of having one material. We just have very good logic in that material to sometimes do some geometry shader stuff, sometimes we don't. That is one approach. Or we could split them up into separate materials. So we have one material that is like geometry shader heavy, which is used for grass or something like that. And then we have one shader that is very basic, which is just used for plain ground without, so ground, sand, and stuff like that. So we have two different terrain materials. So now the problem is that we have a terrain mesh and we want to render it with two different materials. That means that we're gonna have to do some manual splitting up of it, and that can actually be done with Mesh Unity. Let's see. I think see here, set. Yeah. We're gonna have to do set triangles because we're gonna use this method to pretty much define sub-meshes of our terrain. So we create the mesh and then we say based on something, so based on terrain data that is probably going to be, split it up so these triangles are this submesh and these triangles are this submesh, and then in our mesh render we have two different materials. So that's the other way to solve this, and honestly, like, I know too little about this to actually know which approach would be best. Depending on the difference between our high detailed material like grass is and our low detailed material like our dirt is, depending on the distinction there, or whichever approach is best will probably lie in the distinction between those two. I like modularizing my code where possible as long as it doesn't come at performance cost. I agree 100%. So yeah, translating it would be having separate materials. Yeah, like for me, working with this, having separate materials, so working with terrain submeshes is definitely what I would like to go with. But yeah, as long as it doesn't come with a performance cost. But yeah, maybe today's task should be just generalizing this grass texture a tiny bit so we can make it work with our terrain. It's pretty much about decoupling make this one less dependent on the ground script. And then packing this data into one channel and moving this data to environment. Decisions. But the only thing, or the only reason I might have postpone this a tiny bit is that actually it's okay. It's okay. We can still keep this ground component around for when we want to improve the visuals of the grass and debug it, basically. I don't think this should be too hard. Let's take a look at ground script here. Yeah, the only thing we do here basically is we get a ground renderer, we have 3 texture generators, and then we link them. And let me say this as well. We have 3 textures, 2 noise textures and 1 gradient texture. The gradient texture is actually only 2 colors, so that can definitely be set up in the material. Or rather, so many ideas comes to me when I'm thinking about this. And not only ideas of how to solve certain things, but also like gameplay ideas. Meister K, can you terraform the grass now? Yeah, that's what we're currently thinking about doing, and I think we're gonna jump into it actually. We just need to decouple. We need to make procedural grass stylized material, or basically we need a terrain to tell procedurally grass stylized light material which textures it should use. Currently, ground script tells the shader which textures to use. We just want to move some of this logic to the terrain, and when we move that logic to the terrain, we want to pack it into the terrain data texture. Like terrain data container. The more data we can successfully pack into this tiny texture, the better. Felion PL, how would you broadly see final gameplay? At the start of the game, the character, which is player controlled, is given a plot of land. The plot of land is going to start small, but the player can eventually choose to purchase neighboring patches to make the garden bigger. And initially when the player gets the garden, it's run down as hell. It's probably, I'm thinking of having it been used as a dump. So it's pretty much going to be a big hill in the middle with trash, stones, and just dirt all around. Then it's up for the player to start like making this garden into a nice place. by removing trash, terraforming it a bit, maybe creating a lake. And every time the player terraforms the garden, we're going to keep track of the different parameters in the garden. How much water do we have? How much tall grass do we have? How much X do we have? How much Y do we have? And depending on those parameters, creatures will start getting interested in the garden. So the creatures will have like limits. If the garden has these things, the creature gets interested and enters the garden. If the garden also has these things, the creature will want to permanently move to the garden. So it's up to the player to alter the garden in such a way that more and more creatures come and live, and then the player will also have to take care of the creatures. So maybe feed them, breed them, and such things. So think Tamagotchi, but bigger. Or even if you have played Viva Pinata, think Viva Pinata, but with playable character, basically. Hope that answered your question somewhat. Okay, we could okay, this should be pretty easy, so let's make it in a rough way first. My thinking here is, so currently we have a noise texture generation set up here for the grass. Each channel tells the grass shader how tall the grass should be in this area, how wide it should be in this area, and how bent it should be in that area. We're basically currently using, I think that's the only yeah, so this is where we use the texture in question. So we call it proportion multiplier. We multiply width with red, height with green, and bend with blue. In my terrain data texture, I definitely don't want 3 channels to be able to represent this. We want to pack it into 1 channel. But then again, indeed, Derek.net, Viva Pinata and its sequel Trouble in Paradise was so good. Yeah, I played the hell out of those two. And I also grew up on Rare games, but I think my favorite when I was younger was Banjo-Kazooie. Loved it. And then we also didn't they do like Diddy Kong Racing or whatever it was called? Or was it them? But yeah, Banjo-Kazooie and Banjo-Tooie, that was my childhood. And then later on, Viva Pinata. Good morning, Harukanan. Fuck, Rare even did Perfect Dark Zero. Or Perfect Dark. For the Nintendo 64. That was a great multiplayer game. Jesus, they had some bangers. Then I remember, if I remember correctly, when Microsoft initially bought them up, they started to shift their focus into more like Kinect type of games, and that's where I lost a little bit of interest in Rare. But I've never played Sea of Thieves, but it looks it looks really fun. Yeah, I played Banjo-Kazooie both on the Nintendo 64 and later on the Xbox Arcade. A fucking great game. Okay, so there's a lot of decisions to be made here. We can initially, I think we're initially going to do it like this. We're gonna pack all of these into one channel. Am I ready to do this? Yeah. Something I'm also thinking about is I want to support different type of grass. I should really start defining this. Like, put it into stone. But I wanted to support different type of grass as well, and I don't think we're gonna make it. Okay, let's make the initial move to the terrain with the grass. I think we can do that. So first of all, wind texture generator. We're gonna do this. And we're gonna open up the very bare bones environment controller here. And we're actually gonna do this. Clear. And we go to environment controller. Guess we want to do folder weather. Weather controller, but controller for me implies singleton, so weather generator implies a one-time thing for me. Weather handler implies handling multiple different objects. Maybe just weather. Weather, and I think we're going to leave this as just a class, and we're gonna let environment controller, which is a mono behavior, handle the updating of the weather. Because yeah, but we want to make this serializable, and currently weather then is only going to have a yeah. And once again, like when we developed the grass shader, I took some liberties. I was pretty I didn't think that much about performance, So the wind texture generator is actually currently a 4-channel texture as well. But we're gonna keep it like that for now. I think that's okay. But eventually, that's not how it's going to be. Link texture in material. Anytime we get the noise texture, we regenerate it. If it's null, we create a new. If then we reinitialize. Basically what I want to do is maybe should have done this from the start, but we do private bool dirty is equal to true, and then we do if does Unity have check if property has been changed in the editor? Is that how you do it? I was hoping this was not the way I'm gonna have to do it, because we actually have so width and height, easy to check. We actually already checked that one. Default, don't care about that. Like anytime we change any of these, we should pretty much set the dirty flag to true. And anytime we get the noise texture and dirty flag is true, then we regenerate it. But I would love to not have to do this for every property. Honestly, don't even know how to properly do it for an array. Or honestly, let's do it like this. Yeah, let's do it like this. Generate texture. If it's null or with, or is this an ugly way to do it? Else return. So if it's not null and the width and height hasn't changed, then we just return. And that's what we do every time we try to get the texture. But I think we're gonna change. What it all comes down to is I want to be able to change the properties in the editor and make them apply instantly, basically, in some cases. So I'm thinking of just adding one of these. But then again, yeah, this is not mono behavior, so that won't work. But we can do and then if we change the width and height, we do check. Yeah, why not? Weather, wind, texture generator. Yeah, I have some planning and some decision making to do as to exactly how to handle the weather. Right now we're pretty much just going to take the setup we had for the procedural grass and we're going to apply it here. Might not be what we want to do later, but yeah. And then I wonder if we want to do... So when we try to fetch the wind texture, we will call noise texture here. If we don't have it, we instantiate it and generate it. Otherwise, we just return what we have. Yeah. Public terrain base. Get component. Let's do okay. Before we continue here, I want to double check one thing. So I think we had a problem of, where do we have ground grass? Yeah, okay. Although we re-enabled Perlin noise, our terrain still doesn't get generated based on Perlin noise, so we're going to look into that. We can see here that we still only got a plane like this, and I wonder why. So terrain base, what we do here is we create terrain patches and we create new terrain patches. New game object, set parent, add component terrain patch, and then we call instantiate with position dimension resolution. So this one just sets up these things. Great. So that's what we get back from here. Then we set layer. We set the layer as the same as terrain base. We set material. And then we call generate terrain data with height, range, and dimension. Oh yeah, because we need the offset. And this is where we create the terrain data container with this. So first of all, we call the constructor with width and height, which instantiates data. And this one just creates the new texture 2D. And then we get to here, we set height range. We create a new Perlin noise texture generator with height, generation offset, generation scale, coordinate range. And periodic is false. Then we do set terrain data. Where we blit this new data into our data as render target and read it back. And here we have a problem, I would say. A very unoptimized problem. So not only do we have a texture 2D data and a representation of it as a render texture, so that 2 times the data. 3 times the data if you actually want to count it. So this one CPU and GPU, this one GPU. But this one also holds texture. So we're gonna leave that as is for now, but clean up one. Yeah. Yeah. Re-implement it in such a way that a texture 2D can be like I want to have the option to send in a texture 2D, so we will have a version where we can generate noise to a new texture, or we can generate noise to a texture that is, oh, what is the English word for it? Provide, can be provided, or can either be provided or created. because in the case of our terrain data, we already have a terrain data texture. We basically just want to tell this one, hey, generate data, put it into this channel based on your setup. Yo, 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 what's up, Little Miss Murder? I hear you. I hear you. Okay, but that's one thing we can worry about a little bit later. The first issue is to get this Perlin noise to be applied to the data. Is the path tracing implemented yet? No, it is not. It's in a phase where I've started thinking about how I want to implement it. And I think this texture data here is gonna, the terrain data is gonna come in handy when it's time. Okay, so we create this one, but we don't get it for some reason. Oh, yeah. So scale, this scale is currently hard-coded as well. I'm gonna have to look into that. But let's see, so we create this one. We create channel coordinates with the same offset scale, coordinate range, and periodic, and 4 channels. And then, Miss Puffles, thank you for the follow, appreciate it. And then we set terrain data, where we split new data. Yeah, we set terrain data with the noise texture. Then we read pixels. Miss Puffles lurking at work. Yeah, that is probably how most of the viewers watch this stream, and it's appreciated. And then we apply it. Lurking at work is the only way. Probably. So looking at this, we properly set the texture, but do we use it? Set terrain data. Generate terrain data, we set neighbors, and then we generate terrain patch. Yeah. Yeah. And honestly, create new mesh data at index. Or actually, yeah. Can just full screen the Twitch window so it looks like you're busy. Yeah, and not mimic the mouse movement and typing. Okay, let's see if it generates correctly now. Yes. So will I be able to do... Okay, nice. So we now have a little bit of a Perlin noise terrain here with a very, very big scale, I would say. A good one if you need a nap is the Update Faker site. Intrigued. Oh yeah. Yeah. So it just fakes. Is it a Windows update or can you choose the platform as well? Working from home, I love it. But today is one of those days where I try to get in some chores while I'm working as well. So I'm gonna have to take a break in like half an hour. That's the only con to working from home. For any OS you want, damn. Nice. Okay, so what I want to do here before we continue is I want to change this one from a constant to I want to send this one in. Although what sucks here is that we have another scale as well. So I think, yeah, that's period. I loved lockdown because it was the start of a working revolution for me. It seemed it was for a lot of companies as well, right? They pretty much had to allow for more work from home. Yeah, lockdowns and the things causing the lockdowns was not all bad, to be honest. I was hoping it would trigger the, let's see here if I can pronounce this word, ruralization as well, right? That's the opposite to, basically I hoped it would trigger people moving back to like the small towns outside of the bigger towns. get the population more spread out, but unfortunately it didn't seem to trigger that one. I just love the idea of getting back like life into those rural areas once again. Like having a, let's say, 40 minutes to 1 hour drive to work sucks if you have to do it every day, but if you only need to do it like twice a week or maybe even once a week, then it's feasible, you know? The problem is that type of person who likes running a company or managing people. Yeah, I guess they have a... Yeah. Oh, yeah, exactly. Yeah, it made me a little bit sad when I heard that like companies are cracking down on work from home. Like some companies even makes their employees come back for like full-time work at the office. It's weird. The Fesmo, what's up? What's up? Favorite fruit modeler? I appreciate it. It's been a while. Maybe we should get back to some fruit modeling soon. That would be a chill task to do. The crackdown is driven by the real estate market. You have heard similar things being said. Exactly, like if companies allow for more work from home, they need less office space, which means that the one renting out the office space needs to fill it, but there won't be enough companies wanting to rent it, which means you have like empty buildings. Yeah, but what the fuck? Loosen up, rebuild them, make them into apartments maybe, or something. I don't know. I'm still waiting for the ruralization. But okay. Back to this Perlin noise texture generator. We have float scale here, and this is actually, I would like to rename this one, make it a little bit clearer what it is. And it's used for periodic Perlin noise scale, so we do use it in non-periodic as well though, so but probably want to rename it to UV scale, and then we want to rename this one to noise scale. So when we create the UVs, I think that's the correct way. Well, commercial buildings cannot be made into apartments due to zoning laws. Interesting. And then I guess the politicians will have to get a little bit looser on the zoning laws. Boomernomics. Yeah, maybe it is. I also guess like infinite growth is one of those boomernomics things. Hey, politicians do actually do some proper change now and then. Now and again. Okay. UV scale. And then we want to have UV scale, serialized field, private float, noise scale. Bam, bam. And when we create a new one here, we send in scale. We don't do it here. So let's rename this one to UV scale. And then we want to send in an additional float, noise scale. And in this constructor, we want float, noise scale. And now we should have an issue in terrain data container. We want to send in this one here as well. So we're gonna have to go to terrain base, I think. Yeah, we'll see. When you sleep on the couch in the office because your boss is a slave driver, nobody's quoting zoning laws. Yeah, that would be a first. That would be a first. And yeah, Hadouken, good game indeed. Good game indeed. Have you asked your boss what he thinks about the recent Troll Factory allegations? So fucking sad. Yeah, because we don't have a noise scale here. Actually, we call this generation scale. So many renaming to do here. Generation, UV, offset. I never know how I want to name my variables when we have UV in the middle or the start. UV, generation, offset. And UV, generation, scale. Width, height, UV generation of UV generation scale. And we do generation noise scale. Is that what I'm gonna call it? Something like that. And when we do it here, we need to do it in terrain patch. Resolution, height map. Dimension. And then we need to send this one in. Let's see. I don't want to hear him have one of his speeches more than necessary. Okay. Yeah, and the Troll Factory related stuff is... what is it? Let's see so I get this one correct. Some organization with affiliation to one of our biggest parties here in Sweden got yeah, some journalists made some digging and found out that they were using like troll farms, you know, the type you hear Russia using. So pretty much they had people writing things online to sway the opinion of the people. It's dirty as hell. Miss Puffles, what's up? What's up, neighbor? Norway, nice. Never been, but hopefully soon. Yeah, that sounds like a nice setup, Little Miss Murder, definitely. Terrain base. Okay, so what we want to add here is terrain proportions, terrain visuals. Do I want to have it under terrain visuals? Yeah, I think I do. Private float. Noise scale. Yeah, we're gonna have to do some renaming and stuff like this later on here. Okay, I think we should be able to do this. So now if we jump to this one, we have noise scale here instead. And I also want this one. Handle noise. I'm getting ads in French. Are you based in France right now? No, I'm not. So that's very weird. Okay, so if we change the setup here to have, if we change noise scale to 10 now, we should be seeing the same type of environment we just had. So noise scale 10. Having two bosses for one place, good cop and one bad cop, sounds like a disastrous environment to work in. Fucking torture. Yeah, okay. Great. So if we go and put this one at 100, what do we get? 100 should actually make the noise like less change per delta, I think. Oh, more. Oh. Okay, maybe makes sense. Beautiful. Okay, love this. 100 is a little bit too big. But if we go 25 and let's up the height range to 0 and 10. And let's go with 20. Ah, that doesn't sound too bad, Harukanan. Cooler SK adventure in Grey Wasteland continues. Indeed it does, but we're in the process of adding some grass to this. It's sort of a pretty wasteland, isn't it? Oh yeah. I love this. Thank you, PBK7. Appreciate it. Okay, changing 4 patches. Yeah. That's the only time we get a big performance loss. Okay, I'm a little bit worried when we eventually add the grass shader to this, we're gonna get, let's see, it might be a little bit rough at first, but let's try it. Oh, this honestly feels great. And yeah, when we change more than 3 patches at once, we get a little bit of a performance, like it takes a while, but I'm honestly like surprised of how quick it is still, because we do a lot of things, and we're gonna hide most of it behind an animation anyway. So let's see, what is the next step here? Environment, terrain default material. I want to change this one to procedural grass stylized material, but we need to feed this material a few things. And right now I think it uses the wind texture in kind of a weird way, which will maybe lead to some weird stuff, but we will see. Okay, what settings do we have on this wind here? We have 0.5. Repeat. 0011101. Can we copy this one and do... Great. So that's it for the wind. And then we need the grass colorize gradient and the grass proportion texture. And I think we're gonna do it like, for now let's do terrain base. Okay. So now we have the correct setup. We have weather in environment controller. We have grass color texture generator here, grass proportion texture generator here. I'm wondering if when we do set material here, do we create an instance of the material? I hope so. Oh, actually, yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, eventually we want to pack data into terrain data instead of having our own Perlin noise gen texture for it. For the grass proportions, that is. But for now, let's run with it. So I'm thinking of doing... mesh renderer dot material is not equal to null. So set material. And here we want to use, oops. Do we have, can we get the name from out here? I'm wondering. Texture name, private. So let's do field, public. What's up, Love? Yeah, it's going pretty well. It's going pretty well. It's a little bit more of a slow mode today. Hope your Thursday is going well as well. We're looking into like applying the grass shader to the terrain. And disregarding the performance, and then see if we can do some terraforming with the grass being nice. Okay, texture name. I might need to redefine this one now when we have changed the yeah, we do. Wind texture, and then grass colorize gradient. Yeah, we still need to fix that one as well. But let's see, texture name, proportions. Okay, so that's that one, and then we need to fix gradient texture generator. I vote you change the default material to something that looks like grass. Yeah, we're gonna see. We're gonna see if we can do that. Probably gonna get very rough performance with this from the out of the box, but let's see. Procedural grass light. Grass colorized gradient. Okay, that's that set up. Let's go to terrain base again then. So we want to do grass color texture generator dot texture name and gradient texture. And then we do this thing again, but grass proportion texture generator, and yeah. I also want to implement these two texture generators under the same umbrella, so under the same base class, make it a little bit more general. But not today. I wonder, we might still have some setup left to do, but environment, default material, procedural grass, light material, and let's do subdivision bounds 4-1 maybe. Okay, let's try this. Hopefully the stream won't go offline, but we'll see. Looks a little bit rough. Extremely bad performance as well. Okay, so what do we get here? I think we get extremely subdivided or extreme tessellation, which I think we can do without. Yeah, definitely. We do get weird length on it as well. It's almost like the noise texture doesn't generate accordingly. And do we actually subdivide as much over here? Let's see. It's instance as well, that's good. Environment. Did my stream actually break? Let me take a look. Looks fine here. Okay, great. So you saw the grass, right? We didn't get a... Thank you for answering. We want to go a little bit lighter on this one, I think. I think we can go as 2. Looks good on YouTube, thank you, appreciate it. So the problem seems to be grass proportion texture doesn't seem to generate accordingly. I do wonder why. Value multiply is 0. We seem to get the correct... let's take a look. Yeah, okay, something is definitely wrong with the texture generation. Oh yeah, in this case it's wrong because... let's see. And... Yeah, so for this one it actually seems like we're getting the correct generated values. For the terrain, however, we do not. I wonder if it's something wrong with... Something wrong with... What could it be? What could it be? Yeah, we're gonna look into it, but before we do, I unfortunately have to take a quick break. Make myself a new cup of coffee and refill the washing machine. So, sorry about this, but be right back, probably around 5 minutes. Yo, sorry about that. I really needed to get some things done. And DevSpice, if you're still here, thank you for the raid, appreciate it. Hope you had a nice stream. And welcome to all the new raiders, I suppose. We're currently in the process of trying to get the grass shader to work with the custom terrain solution. And yeah, that's where we're at. Gabi, what's up? If you're still here over on YouTube. So, no problems with the grass on this patch. The difference is when we generate the textures, we rely on the ground component in this case, while in the other case we rely on the terrain base to properly generate these textures. And honestly, the wind texture we don't set in the other case, but that shouldn't lead to such a vastly different result. So if we disable this grass, enable this one, and we want to go, let's go 2 so I don't break the stream. Somewhat. Okay, I think it looks good. Abysmal performance, however. Actually, we're gonna have to do it. So I guess 3 is probably good for the something is a bit off. I wonder about, don't we get any rotation on the grass? Yeah, it doesn't seem like it. And if we do, okay, so this is the patch the player is currently on. I don't know. If we get the rotation working, that's a lot of things to fix, but it's not too bad. Although I'm very interested in why we don't get any rotation on our grass. Let's look into that. What's up, PG King? Thank you. Yeah, it looks pretty good. Performance is okay. We're gonna have to do a lot of performance improvements. Yeah, it is very satisfying. But I think, like when it comes to the gameplay, when we terraform, I think we're gonna reset the type of... So for instance, if we dig here, this hole is going to be dirt again, so we're gonna remove the grass wherever we dig. Yeah, I think this is a good start to start working with. Like, obviously there's still a few problems. Look at this, for instance. This is a very interesting problem. It all depends on how we want to work with slopes in this game, however. So I haven't entirely decided yet if we're gonna have a slope limit, so like no slopes greater than 45 degrees or whatever, or if we're gonna allow it, but on slopes greater than X degrees we will force the material of it, basically. So you won't be able to have grass at a degree higher than X. Probably not even dirt. Like if a slope exceeds a threshold, we will probably make it like stone-ish or like hard dirt. Because what we see here is, like when we do like this quad right here, when we have a big slope, the quad is big, or yeah, because we're only changing the height, so the bigger height difference between two neighboring vertices, the bigger the quad. And which means that like slope will decide how much grass there is in a certain area, and I don't know about that. But we have a few other problems here as well. The texture for, is it rotation? Like the rotation, we can see this artifact right here, and that's because we're looking at the grasses are all rotated in the same way, which is weird. And then we also have this problem. Luckily, this has nothing to do with patch syncing. It's more the cull algorithm we use for the tessellation shader. And once again, the problem is, or not the problem, but the cause of it is slopes or too slopes over a certain degree, because the normal calculations we use, or the normals which we use for the culling algorithm, affects it a little bit weirdly, I think. And then of course we also have the problem of, like, if we enable these patches, we're going to see quite a performance drop. What's up, Tutu Apps, and welcome back. And we have quite, like currently the grass shader, it never goes below 1 in tessellation. So when we tessellate the mesh here, we do at least one tessellation step for meshes far away. So that's one way to like easily improve the performance. We tessellate 0 times on patches far away. But with this resolution for a patch, I don't know what we have. We have like 64 times 64. That still means that a patch far away like this still renders 64 times 64 grass meshes. And this is where I think a manual LOD system is going to improve this quite a lot. So when it comes to the base mesh, if we're far away from the character player, we degrade the mesh resolution down to maybe half or maybe even a quarter. And we also change the material of it, so that patches far away will never have a geometry shader material attached to it. Instead, we will try to fake the grass better than we have so far, but we will get to that. So close to the camera, geometry shader, far away, fake the grass. And I mean, we do it a little bit, but not enough. We want more noise, so the further away we want we want a lot more noise here. But we have to be careful. We don't want to put it at too much, because then we will cause flickering and stuff. So yeah. But the first problem, definitely the rotation of the grass. Definitely. Weird. So before I forget, let's go to procedural grass. We're gonna duplicate this one and we're gonna do procedural grass. Terrain material. And we're gonna change this one so that subdivision bounds 4,0. So at a distance less than 10, we subdivide 4 times. At a distance greater than 50, we subdivide 0 times. And in between there, we lerp. So for instance, if we have a distance of, I don't know, 30, we do a subdivision of 2 or something like that. That's the first thing. And then we have color proportions. We actually don't have anything related to rotation here. We have bend, or do we? We have stiffness. So what I want to check is, I wonder if the culprit for the, here we do random rotation, random seed XYZ times 2 times pi. That is correctly. But then we do transformation matrix, tangent to world. Okay, so this is actually the only one that handles the random rotation. So the question is, why don't we get any? Random seed, we base this on position world space. So transform here should include the rotation. We base the random seed on t random width, t random height. Very interested in why this one doesn't apply. Random seed is world position. Oh. Oh yeah, we do a random offset of it. Do we want to do this? No, we don't. Okay, let's take it input. Position world space. We do barycentric coordinates. Position world space. In the domain shader. Interpolate. And the tessellation seems to work. Position object space. Yeah, we change it to world space, should be okay. Value multiply, we don't even use that one anymore. I find it very weird. So with the original mesh, it works. Original mesh is... I think it's a custom plane, so they should be using the same. Oh, could it actually... No, it's definitely the default rotation that gets screwed up. So I wonder... Let's take a look at this. I wonder if the cause of this is thanks to... It shouldn't be. Bitangent, we calculate the bitangent here. We correctly calculate both the normal and tangent in world space. Or I mean, normal in object space and tangent in object space. This could be the culprit. But actually, like the bending sort of works. Very weird. Ooh, interesting. World tangent for the plane where it works. World tangent for this one. So this one seems to be using the Z direction while this one uses the X direction. Could it be? Could it be? So either I change it in the shader or I change it on terrain patch generation. So vector 3 right is the default one, so yes, we'll get reddish color. So instead of doing 2 times delta on X, we wanted to do 2 times delta on the Z. I want to check if this fixes the issue. And then I have to decide could it be? And then I have to decide if we want to change this on the actual mesh generation or if in the grass shader. What speaks for changing it in the grass shader is that I think if we would be using mesh.recalculate tangents, we would more get a result similar to what we have on the terrain and less that of what the grass shader depends on. But let's just see if this works first. It does not. But if we do the same test now, so let's change this one to tangent. Okay, we're not getting the correct either way. Pretty sure it's the tangent that is the problem. Once again, we can check the difference in color. But either way, is this the correct? I want to try, let's just see if we get the correct result if we do, first of all, let's redo that one and then we do Although, yeah, let's see. Actually, I'm not sure this call. We might have a problem with this call since we use a custom data structure for it. Yeah, with recalculate tangents, it works. Interesting. Toto apps, maybe another time, not right now. Yeah, and when we recalculate the tangents, or when we change data on the mesh, we recalculate tangents and they become the wrong ones. So that's why we have a little bit of a worse look here. Okay, interesting. Interesting. Yeah, we can see the light calculations here. Oh, one more thing I want to try. World tangent material. But we can see here that we actually get... Ooh, let's try it with a patch we terraformed a lot. Maybe this one. And let's do it on this one. And okay, the problem could actually be that we're calculating the tangents correctly, but that we're not sending them down correctly. Could that be it? Techify, what's up? We're trying to get the procedural grass shader to work with the custom terrain. I think it's going pretty well. What bothers me here, though, is that the tangents looks to be matching for... So, for this patch, for instance, we use recalculate tangents. For part of this patch we recalculate them ourselves. And it looks good. But if we apply this one back to it, we will see that the rotation is... Okay, we don't get the textures accordingly. But we can see that the rotation is fucked up here. Yeah, we can see that the tangents are wrong here, but correct here. Which is weird. Let's see. Tangent, world tangent shader. Ooh, tangent OS tangent. Procedural grass. Tangent OS tangent. So the vertex shader input is the same. Get vertex normal inputs. We rely on this one in both cases. Let's take a look 1 sec. Let's check the world normal. Looks to be correct as well, I think. Yeah, I don't think I see any problems with this regeneration. Definitely not. Tangent OS. Tangent. Tangent OS, tangent. Here we use get vertex normals input to calculate tangent in world space. Here we do the same thing. Although let's take a look at terrain patch. Vector 3 to a vector 4, which means that the fourth element here is 0. Should remember this one. Yeah. Handedness should always be 1 or 0, 1. Unity world transform params is for negative scale transforms. How to know whether it's 1 or -1. Love it. Let's see. Yes. Yeah, the difference between OpenGL and DirectX and stuff like that, I don't think we need to care about that too much. The important part is to either set it to 1 or -1. I hope. Like, I'm pretty sure this might abstract it away for us to have to worry about, but I'm not sure. But am I gonna have to handle this? So this implies to me that in my case we want the W to be negative. We don't work with inverted UVs. Ooh. generating the tangent might possibly need to be handled based on the platform. This sucks, but yeah. And then what do we call this? We call it, let's call it link for now. Source. Gentil, what's up? How are you doing today? Let's keep it like this. This is a tiny bit unfortunate, but okay, let's go with the default, which was most of the time -1. So we want to try terrain patch and probably we don't recalculate tangents, we do how does Unity handle Unity vector 4 normalize? Okay, so we normalize with the VW. And doing good, just went to the gym, nice. Hope you had a nice session at the gym. Yeah, I'm doing good as well. We're trying to... Thanks for asking, by the way. We're trying to get the grass shader to work with the custom terrain. And honestly, it hasn't been too big of a problem. But it shed some light on at least one thing we or I were doing wrong. So we created our tangents with a fourth element of 0, which I would say is we don't want to do. Oh, it's also important, like when I think about tangents, it's a question, do we want to normalize a tangent in relation to all 4 components or just the first 3 ones? Unity normalize tangent. Unity normalize. Okay, that's the same thread we were in previously. Normalize. Okay, instinct. Yeah, okay. My instincts tells me, I don't know if I trust it, that we want to normalize using only the 3 first components, because the 4th component is always 1 or minus 1. And if we would normalize with that one, we would break that rule. This unfortunately means that we're gonna have to calculate our tangent like this. So we're gonna create 2 and minus 1, I think the default one was, or the most used one in Unity on Windows. Fuck, I need to get GitHub for VS Code, because then I would be able to do C, or to do handle, actually note handle platform specific and then I could do C 34 or whatever it is, I think. So then I could reference the issue and look it up here. That would be nice. But yeah, we're gonna, let's do it like this for now. Okay, let's try this and see what kind of reference we get. Unfortunately, we also need to fix it here. Vector3, vector4.write. Yeah, let's see what we get, what kind of result we get with this. Looks good. Dreadful performance though, but we're gonna get to that. Need to also improve how it looks far away. But now we got rotation working at least. That's good. Also, I don't see... I don't know if the grass proportion texture is doing any job. Right now we don't see any varying grass. So we don't see areas where the grass is taller or thinner. So I'm not sure about that one. How to avoid this? Yeah, that's up for the camera. It looks pretty good actually. Thank you, Peach. Then again, where do we have? We can do some very nice optimizations here, I think. Pretty damn cool actually, I must say. Like, even though I have some question about the performance, I'm still not too scared of what I'm seeing. Looks fucking great, I would say. What's up, Tryhard? Is this a testing environment we're building? We're actually building, like, this is core gameplay, I would say. We're gonna go with we're gonna feature a lot of terraforming in this game, so core testing environment, yeah. I love it. Like, here's one thing we can see that I'm not entirely sure we will ever get rid of. But when we have, probably do some very smart solution to it, but when you have an edge like this and we're far away, we can see that there are less grass representing the area here. This part we can see that there's not many grass straws here, but we can fix that. We just need to add more noise to the texture we replace the grass straws with. This, however, is going to be a little bit more of a problem. Could be fixed. We'll see. Maybe that's one of the things I don't care about. What's up, Cypher? Yeah, that's some spiky grass indeed. Now, like, the further we go, like the further away from the camera we are, the less grass straws we generate. And it won't be visible on surfaces which has grass behind it. It's more like, in a case like this, it will definitely show more that we have less grass straws. So we can take a look at this one over here. Here we don't have barely any grass straws, so it just looks like it's plain. While if we take a look at this, here we can see that there's a lot of grass straws. So here, I think this example shows it more. Like, this highlights how sparse we do the grass drawing here. Do you take height into consideration too? No, that would be one way to solve it. So instead of showing grass as sparse here, we can alter the height of the grass. Definitely, definitely. Higher, further, less. Yeah, we could do... Yeah, we can fix... We can't fix it, but we can definitely improve it a lot. So it's nice to test the grass shader in a correct environment, if you want to call it that. Don't we have any shadows here? Or is it because we're fully in shadows? Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, like close up it looks amazing. And then again, slopes also shows some of the bad parts about it, but that's okay. Yeah, the grid is pretty indeed. Yes, we're gonna do something. So one approach, we just take distance to camera into account. So grass further away from the camera, we make its height smaller. We can introduce additional variables to it as well, like terrain height or normals. Yeah, we'll see how we're gonna solve that. But definitely need to fix the colorization here on the grass, I think. So where there's less grass, we make it less apparent. Yeah, a lot of things to fix. Yeah, I'm actually quite impressed with how good the grid shader worked together with the grass. I did not anticipate that. And yeah, slopes make it possible to have a camera angle like this, which shows the sparseness. But then again, we're gonna limit how big slopes you can have grass on, so yeah. Look at this. Landscape texture. Yeah, it might fix it a bit. We're gonna see. We're gonna use a lot of tricks, I think. Pretty cool. But slopes, let's take a look at this one. That's rough. But exactly, like this is like a worst case scenario, but I said that previous, and that is a good point. Like, if you have a slope that is bigger than a threshold, you can't plant grass there, and it will be dirt, like hard dirt, so maybe even rocks. Yes, I think that would help a lot. So in this case, this would be a rock texture rather. But even so, we will never see slopes like this, I would say. We're gonna add a lot of things. Yeah, dirt, rock, pebbles, sand, blah. Indeed. Oops, and there we go. Okay, but this fix, very important. Layers make the magic happen. Yes, indeed it does. We have a problem though, but I went through it previously. So we're actually going to have two different type of terrain materials. One type that supports geometry shaders, and one type that does not, that is purely texture based. And this is going to be, I don't think it will be a problem, but we're going to have to fix this one. So we're pretty much going to have to tell, when we do the mesh generation, we're going to have to tell, based on the material, we're going to make it be, we're going to split like the mesh into sub-meshes, two different sub-meshes. Geometry shader based sub-mesh and texture blend based sub-mesh. I think that's the best approach. Well, interesting stuff. So yeah, we have basically like reinvented the wheel the last couple of weeks, but now we're starting to get into like interesting territory. And I'm just extremely happy that the base implementation works. Like the syncing between patches, which we leave that up to the brush. I think that's a very nice solution. Let's see. Yes. Unfortunately now we have a lot of textures and data to make all of this happen. For instance, Perlinoise texture generator, it holds a texture of its own. I want to be able to have a function that is generate texture and we send in a texture. I wonder what the nicest approach would be though. Like, the way we do it now is pretty nice, I would say. Like, we do a little bit of a lazy instantiation for this one, so if we don't get it, we never create it. We just set width and height, and we actually have an empty constructor as well. That's great. We actually implement this in a pretty nice way. So we could do public void generate texture 2D. I think we could probably do this and then just base this logic around the sent in texture. But then again, we want to do it in a nice way. So currently here we do for each height and width, and then we do channels here. When I call this method from the outside, we send in a texture. We tell it to generate the texture. I also want to be able to send in the channel here. And so I guess we could do something like set pixels. However, we set color here, but we have overload. Let's take a look. Fuck, we're gonna have to start to work with this one, I think. term, is this even... RGB 24. Okay, so 1 byte per channel. Is that it? Is this even possible? Set value of specific channel in texture 2D Unity. Ooh, that is pretty damn cool. We're gonna use this one a lot, I think. Color channel, that is. If we can... Or color mask, I mean. Is this link... Unity HLSL color mask. Wow. Wow. Very cool. But, so now comes the question. Perlin noise texture generator. CPU based. Is it time to move this functionality to the GPU? Like altering specific channels on the CPU. I don't even know if it's possible. And even though it is possible, we're gonna have it's still gonna be slower, right? Like what I'm trying to implement here is generate texture. Can we have channel? Channel like this. So basically we want to this would mean that we unfortunately would have to Yeah, we would have to read the pixel from the source texture, add the noise to the correct channel, and then set pixels like it's just... Oh. Yeah, okay, so if we take a look at terrain patch, each terrain patch has a terrain data container. Currently a texture 2D data with float 32. So RGBA, 1 byte each, I think. The red channel is currently used for height and will continue to be used for height data. And we got that working, and when we initially generate it, we do it on the CPU with the Perlin noise texture generator. And when we later on, when we alter the height data, we do it with a shader. Or we do it on the GPU with a blit command. And currently we do it with, we use some blend operation magic to just add to the red channel, although the shader itself doesn't use color mask, so we write to all channels. So maybe let's start exploring the color channel command first. But let's continue this rant. So we have 3 unused channels currently, G, B and A. We're probably going to use them all. The data we're going to use them for are not set in stone, however. One of them will be I'm thinking, so what's one type of data we want to have in it is like we want to be able to paint the terrain basically, and we want to paint it. Okay, let's remove the geometry shader for now. So we want to paint it in such a way that we can have one material on the terrain, but that material looks different depending on how we paint the terrain. So we can paint dirt, we can paint stone, and we need to keep this data somewhere. I think the most straightforward place to store it would actually be in vertex color, which means that we don't need a channel in this texture for it. It all depends. If we keep it in this data, we might get some nice blending. If we do it in vertex, I don't know. That's one type of data we're gonna have here. We might also have navigation data. So data that helps our AI units navigate the terrain. Uncertain about this one though. Maybe. And then I've also been thinking about having gradient data in here basically. But that's just a question of optimization, because we basically have, like, we could just read neighboring data and calculate our gradients, like if we want to have a river flowing. Or we could just calculate it when we change the terrain and keep it in the data and just read the data in the shader. I'm not so sure just yet. What's up, E-Dragon? Been a while indeed. Yeah, I'm doing fine, Nothing to complain about. How about you? How have you been? So yes, a lot of decisions to make here. Or actually, Dragon, did I miss? Anyway, how have you been? But yes, we have some decisions to make here. And like, I don't want to set it in stone just yet, because I'm not entirely sure. So initially I planned on going with a very easy solution when it comes to water and terraforming. For instance, you will have a water line basically. So if you dig deep enough, you will get water, because water will just be represented by a plane. So the more you dig, the deeper your lake gets, and you can form rivers, but you're not going to see any river functionality. And that is the easiest, most straightforward way to do it. But I do love the idea of river flow. And if we want to go with an approach of supporting river flow and the like, we're gonna need to store, we're gonna have to use one of these channels for it. All good, had a break from coding and full on WoW gaming for 3 weeks. Oh, that sounds nice though. Like, what version of WoW do you play? Do you play Season of Discovery, or Classic, or Retail? So many different versions right now. And welcome back to the horse. It's pretty nice here, but yeah, sometimes one needs a break or two. So yeah, we're gonna put the river stuff, like, whichever direction I chose to go when it comes to data here, we're gonna have some data that changes when we terraform, and we're going to have some data that changes when we build something. We're going to have some data that change on some other reason. So to summarize, or to get to the point, I think it's very important for us to be able to write to separate channels here. And one way to solve this, honestly, which would make it easier to handle on the CPU as well, would be to go with Texture 3D instead. So Texture 2D with channels is pretty much a Texture 3D, but we could go with a Texture 3D where each index stores a 1 byte value. And so when we work with the texture on the CPU, it's much easier to set separate channels. But honestly, like, I don't know what the pros and cons of using Texture 2D or Texture 3D. I don't know how they look behind the scenes and stuff like that. I don't know if it's like if we would just take this Texture 2D and make it into a Texture 3D with 1 byte values for each index. So the size is the same, number of channels or depth in the 3D texture is the same, everything is the same. Will we see a different performance? I don't know. Got commercial mid-answer. Oh, okay. But yeah, I asked what version, and then I just said welcome back to the horse. It's pretty nice up here on this horse. But okay, retail, nice. Fuck, World of Warcraft, still like one of my best gaming memories, I think. I played retail up to about Legion, on and off. Played the most during Wrath of the Lich King, and played a lot of Arena. I loved it. I loved the PvP. But that was ages ago. And lately, when I returned to World of Warcraft, I've mostly played Classic or Season of Discovery. Do miss it sometimes. So yeah, I have a decision to make here when it comes to this data. Texture 3D versus Texture 2D Unity. Do we have anything on this? Like, if we create a 3D texture the same as a 2D texture, but represent the channels by depth instead of channels, we shouldn't really see a difference in memory bandwidth, right? Question mark. Okay, that's one. Okay. But I'm not talking about... Okay. Whoa. Because would... Okay. And I don't think even setting this probably wouldn't change. If yeah, we also have the fact that like we do want this data to be represented on the CPU and GPU as well. So no matter how we do this, we're always going to get, we're gonna get a, I don't know if I want to call it a bottleneck, but we're gonna get, we're always gonna have to do either this, which sends the data from CPU to GPU, or this, which reads data from GPU to the CPU. But like we're always gonna have to do one of those. But you always have the pros, like when we change. Okay, bottom line, currently with this setup we can't change specific channels on the CPU. If we go, but we can do it on the GPU. I think it's always going to be cheaper to do it on the GPU, even though we have to read back data later on. So, and if we store it like this and we do the altering on the GPU, we can also use channel mask, so it will become even cheaper on the GPU. So I'm wondering if my first step would just be to do what was it called? Channel mask, HLS Unity channel mask, color mask, right? So if we take a look at our Terraform shader, we could do color mask R, which would define this shader to only prevents the GPU from writing to channels. Okay, so this is maybe just a like functionality implementation, so I don't know if we will get to this. Should lead to better performance, right? So, but if we do this color mask R, this implies that we only write a single float. In this case, we're working with floats for the values. So if I were to change could we do this? So our shader color mask R only write to red channel. So anytime if we switch the channels in the texture around, we're gonna have to do it here as well. Could probably, much like we do brush operation, we could probably set this one from outside the script as well. So in the future we might but okay, so now we have a shader that has a color mask R. We only write to the red channel in the destination. Wonder, could you just sample the texture in? Okay, okay. Okay. Yeah, a lot of optimizations to do here. This one, I'm not gonna count this as an optimization with the knowledge I have right now, but it's way cleaner if this works, I would say. If it even works, that is. Yeah, and right now we have height specified by the height value is actually 1 byte. I think we can get that down. Or is it actually 32 bits? I'm gonna have to look into that. But yeah, the shader still works. Albane, your game is so coming along, brother. Thank you, appreciate it. Keep up the grind. I will do my best. Yeah, slowly but surely we're getting there. But yeah, I have a lot of decisions to make here. Hopefully I will have time to make them later today, so I can come with a clear goal tomorrow on how exactly to solve this. Even though, like, I just need to set up like the rules for a first iteration, but because I'm pretty sure they will still change quite a lot. And also just watch your devlogs and they are extremely well done. Thank you, appreciate it. Yeah, I put some hours into them, and hopefully I will soon be able to put some more hours into devlog making, because I really want to put some more videos out there, and I have quite a few things implemented right now to make devlogs about. Thank you once again, I appreciate the kind words. So let's see, I want to add a note for me. Terrain data 2. Figure out how to actually store this data. Texture 2D. Texture 3D, as well as texture format. And we have the same, let's see here, what is it called? Terrain patch terrain patch mesh data. This one as well. So look at this. Look at this. Currently each vertex in the mesh is represented by a position that is vector 3. So float 32 times 3, the same with normal, the same with tangent, and the same with UV. We can optimize this a lot. Especially since we're using UV based, or like we're using a grid. So I wonder if we could even just go with vector 2's, vector 2 UV and a, I don't know, byte height. That could probably be enough as well, because the position we can recreate from UV. The height we need, however. But then again, it might lead to some problems when it comes to the collider. But yeah, I'm gonna have to go back to the, I'm gonna have to figure something out here. Hopefully I have an answer tomorrow exactly how to reorganize the data or even define the data, because I don't have more time today, unfortunately. I gotta run now, but still fixed the bug, made the grass shader work with the custom terrain, so I'm happy about today's improvements. We'll be back tomorrow. Hopefully I will see you then. And thank you so much for watching, everybody. Appreciate it, and have a great rest of the day.